one, I will be arrested for not taking a fucking vaccine. This is not a fucking joke anymore. This is fucking dead serious. I am fucking dead serious. These people don't know who the fuck they're actually playing with. Yeah, in a group they might come and fucking intimidate me and whatnot, but fuck, they do not understand what the fuck just one person like myself is capable of. They do not fucking understand. No fucking vaccine or mRNA will ever flow through my fucking blood. Never! I will fucking die fucking fighting for my forefathers and my fucking lineage.
Hello. Yeah, mine is off. Yours is on. What? See? Always at the wrong. I can't hear you, sweetheart. No. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Air indoors. I can hear you, though. Bring you in down the microphone, sir.
Test.
Yeah, you're working.
There we go.
All right, folks. We're running later than anticipated, and we were. I'd been anticipating out digging fucking ditches right now, but the fates, the weather gods say otherwise. So today we are going to do, sir, a Giga Spiral stream, coping for shotgun. Now, I ain't seen this episode, and so I wish to see it live. And I've heard great things about it, though. And so, do you have any comments to add before we get into it?
Well, what you're about to watch is a Giga Spiral in response to a 3-minute video that was posted. As you may recall, prior to my coming here, I packed up my apartment and then I went up to Boston for a week to go learn nanopore sequencing because, as we've discussed many times on this show, we were fortunate enough to have Oxford Nanopore sequencer and associated accoutrement donated to us last year, and we've not been able to utilize that piece of equipment until now. And in order to learn that equipment, I went up to Boston, where Kevin McKernan proceeded to spend a week teaching me, going through all the steps on how to use that piece of equipment. We did several analyses on vials, including some vials that were brought here from Japan. And it just so happened that in Boston, though on the opposite side of Boston, was Jessica Rose. She's been back in the States for a couple of months, waiting for something to happen. And as she was waiting for that, she found out that I was going up to spend a week learning this new sequencing, and she decided to join us. And so it ended up being myself, Jessica Rose, and Kevin McKernan, all at Kevin's lab.
Oh, as they say in French, sir, a ménage à trois.
A ménage à trois, yes. So, anyway, so we actually recorded 3 hours of video, so that way, whenever I came back here, we could have
Hang on.
recordings.
They're saying you're low.
I'm low? Hold on.
Or I'm low. Someone's low.
Volume.
You sound all right to me.
It says, yeah. Okay. No, it says, I think it's yours that's going low. Anyway, so there's the mascot, Becky, the pup. So, anyway, as I was saying, I proceeded to fly up to Boston, spent a week there. We took lots of recordings, but the snippet that Kevin posted about 3 weeks ago now. It was the week before Thanksgiving. The snippet that he posted was about actually after we had, or while we were in the process of sequencing 5 different lots, including, like I said, one from here in Japan that turned out to have be the most contaminated that we'd seen yet. We also decided to take that opportunity, and Kevin taught us, or taught me, how to use PCR for the first time. And so the video that he posted on Twitter was talking about the insane results that we were seeing from these vials. And then the rest, as they say, is the Scooby snack. Because one, Jonathan Giga-Couey, who has burned every bridge from here to eternity, he saw this video, and he clearly had no idea why I was there. He had no idea of the context of the video, and so what we're about to watch is him just making up context. And I think it'll be pretty informative. In fact, there's a whole series of tweets that Kevin put out that have several good videos discussing the results and also discussing the background of it. But suffice it to say, it just so happened to be that on Veterans Day, we made this video, and Kevin later put out a Substack about it. And
Working on a holiday, sir.
Working on a holiday, and working on my holiday. So on my holiday, on Veterans Day, we happened to be in the lab sequencing, and we did a PCR test as we were going through that process.
What is Veterans Day? Like, is that like 11th of November?
Yeah, November 11th. It's Armistice Day.
Armistice Day.
Yeah.
All right.
So, anyway, so I don't want to give away too much, but I just wanted you to understand the basic context, because understand that Dr. Couey, Dr. Gigaspiral, Dr. Cuckoo, had no idea of the context, and so he automatically assumed that this was part of some grand conspiracy. Of course, designed, and of course, the conspiracy was all about him. So me taking my Veterans Day to learn Oxford nanopore sequencing, and us making discoveries and all this, and learning about PCR, all of that ultimately revolved around we were trying to somehow mess with him.
We are both low. Like, I'm fucking pegging yellow in OBS.
Yeah, me too. Let me.
I'll just turn that up. How's that?
I mean, now we're going to be blasting out, but it's blasting to me. But anyway,
You sound fucking loud to me.
Yeah, I know. Me too. You sound loud to me. But I digress. So let's just
Hang on, I need to find that fucking link.
Oh, yeah. So I sent it to you on Discord. It's at 28 minutes and 50 seconds in.
All right, let's do this.
And once again, so knowing that I was going to be coming here, I went up to Boston to learn how to operate this piece of equipment so that we could do our own sequencing of vials and of clots here in Japan.
Nigga.
What's going
Nothing. I'm just looking at the fucking opening thumbnail on his golden shower.
Yeah, well.
All right. So
You got the video?
Yeah, we'll start with this one.
Okay, now they say we're both fine. Now we're both too loud.
Both too loud.
Of course.
It's exactly the same levels as it was last stream. Blame the dog.
Yeah.
Now I've dropped my fucking spare battery.
All right. Yeah, Cody. All right. Let me get back live.
Oh yeah, I wanted to.
Let me look. Yeah.
I figured out that if I go to this, I should get chat, all of it.
Let's see. Sounds good. I'm going through the Discord here as I wait. Let's see.
Still don't see it.
Hello, Lindsay. It's good to see you. Linneman 8 says Couey would have been so butthurt Charles saw McKernan. Yes. Oh, yes. He was hurt in the butt. Don't worry. Oh, actually, and that's another good point. Also, in the interim since this, just last week, Couey came out and literally threatened violence to Kevin McKernan. And so that's being addressed, but I digress.
All right, let's do this.
You have the video now?
I have this. A good doggy special for this one. And I have the video. Now, social media is a military social control software suite. Please get you and your children off of their networks now. What's he doing on there then? All right. Now, I reckon that person in the background, that is one Stephen Hatfield, right?
Yeah, he goes on later to... I mean, of course, he's all part of... He kind of mishmashes two things together.
All right.
But, you know...
I don't think that timestamps, though, off... what do you call it? Not Restream.
2850.
PeerTube. PeerTube. Oh, you know what I'm going to fetch about? Oh, you copied me.
Of course he did.
After I got taken down off every fucking platform. All right. So, let's see if it just does jump there. No, it won't. So, we need to go to... Where did you say, sir?
28 minutes and 50 seconds.
He's flying colours now, is he? Look at that.
Yeah, you know. I like the Cleveland Indians logo. In the
Anyone under the impression that some form of truth is available from free on Corpo social media is already enslaved. You should italicize that. And advised to return to safety. Giga-Couey only survives through the generosity of our viewers. Our family of 5 needs your support now. Well, you know, turns out snakes in the grass
Dear.
get cold in winter.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to be a flag of?
Oh, I have no idea. Something stupid.
All right, where are we going?
28 minutes and 50 seconds.
28 minutes, 50 seconds. Well, at least we can avoid all that annoying fucking jazz music.
Yeah, there's basically 30 minutes of intro of him droning on with the usual. We don't need to see that. So,
what did you say? 27:30.
28:50.
We'll go from 44. He does look fucking cold as well.
Where is?
All right.
Part of a UN
Do you hear that?
2030 plan
I hear it.
or something like that. So what do we do?
And Charles, explain what you were about to say.
Oh no, I don't. Let him explain.
Okay, Kevin.
Okay, so
go for it.
I got to move this once forward, please.
Keep in mind, this is a 3-minute video, and he spends like 45 minutes or something going through it.
What were you doing?
I don't know, but just once again, Kevin has not seen this at all, so so his reactions are going to be live. It's going to be great.
And Charles.
So what we have here is a video of Jessica Rose, Kevin
And his
McKernan,
fucking levels are
and
way off.
Charles Rixey
Some
talking
fucking
about
patch clamp physiologist.
PCR together in 2025. Now, it's impossible for me in just a few minutes to explain how ridiculous it is that these 3 people would be in a room together, because 1 year ago this month Kevin McKernan of the Human Genome Project, former research and development director of the Human Genome Project, former colleague, like really colleague, right, of Francis Collins and Mark Lander of MIT, Francis Collins, longtime director of NIH, on TV constantly during the pandemic, close colleagues with all of these people, including Tony Fauci. We are now to believe that from the beginning of the pandemic, the research and development director of the Human Genome Project under the Whitehead Institute, with all of these colleagues and all of this family history, including his dad in microarrays and brothers in cancer companies, has no one to call in the government to tell them about this human catastrophe that is an SV40 plasmid contamination in an mRNA shot that was rolled out 5 years ago. Kevin McKernan has no alternative but to talk to Jessica Rose and Charles Rixey, a former State Department, I don't know what he did for the State Department, and
Right.
So
Isn't that embassies and shit?
yeah. I was in the Marine Corps, in charge of CBRN for all the Marines to go to the embassies. So
You got your nose into the fire.
somehow that makes me deep state. Once again, so I mean, I wish we could take a poll live. I wish that was one of the functionalities we had, but if
You can on Discord.
oh well, all right, let's do a little poll here. I'll talk about it first. So how many of you think that Kevin McKernan has made all these discoveries about everything that we're talking about, and he's only spoken to Jessica Rose and myself about this? He has. That is patently ridiculous. He has spoken to many people, as have many others. We're in contact with all sorts of people in the government, at all the different agencies, with many different actions trying to get sanity in that. You're seeing some of the output from this in the recent ACIP meeting, but understand that this must be a hallucination. Like, does he really think that nobody is talking about this? That Kevin McKernan just randomly said, you know what? Charles Rixey is an expert on sequencing. No, I went there to learn sequencing. It was great to see Kevin McKernan again. It was great to see Jessica Rose again. I'd met both of them before.
You must be deep state then, sir.
And I've met them more than once, and they didn't stab me in the back and cost me
In
my
a
job.
spasm of corporate greed.
Yeah.
Imagine my fucking shock.
Yeah, and neither one of them has stabbed me in the back, and yet we are all in the list, of course, of co-conspirators working. So after I spent years with Drastic exposing Fauci and Francis Collins, apparently we're all in the league with them to keep the cover-up going. So of course not. Of course he's absolutely off his rocker right now.
Please consider using the PeerTube app. Oh, and it's French.
and shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. I wouldn't put that shit near my phone in fucking million years, dude.
Salesman.
Let alone fucking French.
He doesn't have anyone to call. He's afraid maybe to call Francis Collins because Francis Collins will say it's misinformation, or Tony Fauci would say he's a liar, or he doesn't want to call Mark Lander because, you know, they don't see each other very much and he wouldn't want to waste his time. And there's probably a list of 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 or maybe 40 other people that he worked with, you know, on the largest project that the Department of Energy and DITRA and the DOD ever oversaw, collaborating with countries around the world, including India and China, you know, like the Beijing Genetics Incorporated, BGI, the one that made almost all the tests for COVID during the first 2 years of the pandemic, including a lot of the lateral flow tests used to describe the transmission and spread of the disease all across Europe, it's very interesting that Kevin McKernan, a former research and development director of the Human Genome Project.
Wait, the industrial behemoth China was stamping out lateral flow tests by the billions. I'm
Well-
shocked, I tell you.
Well, it's strange because in other streams he bitches and moans about how there are 250 different tests back in early 2020 and 2021. So I'm not sure how they went from all these different companies trying to get on the action, and now it's just one. It's shrunk down to just BGI.
He missed Fosun.
And a longtime working colleague with all the people there, Craig Ventnor, Mark Lander, Francis Collins, Fauci, I mean, just keep
you might as well
listing
put it
them
at
and then
1.25
list all the
speed.
people under them, and he can't
1.5,
Or 1.25.
please. Thank you.
Yeah.
call anybody to tell them about this. Since 2020, he hasn't been able to do anything except for go on some random podcasts and tell people that the FDA is in the way because the EUA application is over 10 pages long. Then when he found out that the RNA wasn't pure, it was first about the RNA smear, and still he couldn't call anybody. He had to go on a podcast like mine in 2021 and tell everybody that there was an RNA smear. The research and development director of the Human Genome Project had no one to call.
Yes, back when you were relevant.
And suddenly dissidence comes with a cost, does it?
Yeah, shocking.
Yeah, imagine my shock. Right.
He couldn't call Francis Collins because Francis Collins was on TV too much. He couldn't call any of the people that he used to work with and try to convince them because I guess they're all doing other stuff. Maybe they have motorcycles or, they like dogs better than cats. So who could he call? And so 6 years later, the research and development director of the Human Genome Project is still just stuck spinning his wheels in front of a quantitative PCR machine with Jessica Rose because she's got 5 post-secondary degrees. So she's a great, co-author and co-sleuth to try and figure it out.
She's
And
actually
because
pretty
she's a
smart.
surfer. I mean, maybe she
Sorry, sir.
I said she's actually pretty smart,
Yeah.
Smarter than Couey.
That I don't find difficult to imagine, sir.
I should have said spoiler alert before I said that. Apologies.
can get in touch with Tulsi Gabbard and Tulsi Gabbard to put an end to this. And Charles Rixey, a guy who came to my house exactly 3 weeks after frickin' Kevin McKernan decided to do a stream with me in December of 2021.
Hi.
He came to my house in January of 2022.
Hi.
Let's not forget you said in the past, uninvited.
I mean, I literally, finally, a year later, I finally just posted on Twitter the text messages that he sent me. You know what? I've got them right now. I still have the text messages from 2022. Oh, man. Oh, maybe I don't. Ooh. Maybe not on this device. Well, that would be a shame.
Something's bing bonging at me. Bing bong ching chong. What do you want?
All right. I don't. Oh, don't worry. We can Google it. You can search it on Twitter. Where he invited me to stay in his house, and he sent me a picture of his basement and said, "Hey, would you like to sleep here?"
Nigga, I just got this message.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm not giving him any money to support his family of 5. Yep. That's what I say too. Get chickens.
And now we're supposed to believe that 23, 24, 25. So it's like 3.5 years later. These 3 people, Jessica Rose was also on my stream in 2022. Jessica Rose was also part of Steve Kirsch's steering committee that I was also a part of.
Hi.
With Kevin McKernan and John Bodwin and Matthew Crawford and Peter McCullough and Stephanie Seneff. All those people were in the steering committee. All those people in March of 2023 heard my explanation for how,
Wait. And apparently none of them talk to him anymore.
Yeah, that's
Imagine more fucking shock.
yeah. Yeah. Back when he was relevant, yes, all of us went on his podcast. Thank you. The one good thing that you did I did a lot of good things for you. The one good thing you did for me was introduce me to Kevin. So thank you for that.
You, sir.
But apart from that, your wife was perfectly lovely. Your children were perfectly lovely. Your dog was actually really cool. And my family had a great time eating dinner 2 nights with your family back when you invited me to stay there. But apparently now, whatever. So we just have to keep rehashing this because
Well, he is, right? And
the
he's
delusions are
got
getting
to
worse.
keep lying to himself because the shotgun beckons. I await that stream.
Fake virology is done using transfection of cell cultures using clones, and
Hang on, I just got to get away
they're
from
now
this.
in a room
So,
together explaining
if you need it, pause.
how PCR doesn't work and lying about how PCR was fraudulent in the beginning of the pandemic. And this 3-minute video, in my humble opinion, is enough to put all of these 3 in jail. But because apparently it's too hard to understand,
Here, pause
no
it.
journalist is.
So you missed it as you were adjusting. You didn't hear him say that this 3-minute video is enough to put all 3 of us in jail. So I just want to make sure you caught that. That's a good. Anyway,
In jail for what?
because well, he'll explain, but we're traitors.
All right.
On Veterans Day.
On Veterans Day of all days.
Happen is because they are on a script that they cannot leave, because if they leave the script, they will have admitted that they have always been lying. Charles Rixey, recall, is part of the fraudulent Indian-centered organization that spawned the myth of the lab leak with Indians with Indian evidence.
Hey, wait. You can talk. Sir.
What's that?
You can talk. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Okay. All right. Well, yes, that's correct. We Drastic was not an Indian-centric organization. There were 3 members out of 20 who were from India, but that's it. He's also referring to, presumably, the Indian paper that came out where it was talking about the 4 insertions in the spike protein that look like they came from HIV. And, well, as me and now many others have spoken about this, yes, that's exactly where they came from. And exactly, well, but I digress.
Going to jail for boxes, bags of.
Oh yeah,
Oh, bag of.
we're gonna go to jail for actual science.
Bags of vials.
You know what? You have more vials than he has gumball machines.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Well, one can but try, so. What did he do in the last 5 years?
He attacked us for doing exactly what we're doing now.
Mm.
So
Yeah, and you know what? Just had a dog, don't fucking eat it.
yeah,
I did my homework.
yes, those are actual vials.
Signed, sealed, fucking delivered.
Oh, go ahead and start the video. Yeah, they don't want to hear me talk that much.
That's Charles Rixey. And of course, Jessica, 5 Degrees, Rose, and Kevin, the dropout, McKernan. I'm going to pause the video occasionally to tell you what they're lying about.
Explain what you were about to say.
Oh no, I don't. Let him explain.
Okay, Kevin.
Okay, so
go for it.
you all remember getting tested.
Sorry, it's Eric Lander. It's not Mark Lander. It's Eric Lander. You're right. I get that all mixed up because, forgive me. I don't get all the first names right.
If you're testing for COVID, sometimes they were calling you out here in 30 to 35 range, sometimes to 40.
45 in Atlanta,
All right.
Canada.
And so now they're already telling you that the main issue is that they overcycled.
No.
And this is the first and foremost foundational lie about how PCR can and cannot work. And it's very hard to underestimate how important.
Wait, PCR doesn't work now, or it does?
PCR doesn't work, or it's part of the illusion, and that's actually not the point of this video. Now we mention we to use as a reference so that people understand. Okay, what to understand the scale of the contamination that we find inside the vials, we compare that to the 35 CT count that was used.
Lie down.
And we're only using that to explain mathematically, like compare what's going to come next. And yet he spends a lot of time aimlessly wandering about this and claiming that we're disastrobating about the PCR test. When no, we're explaining the science of the PCR test, reminding people.
The Pompeii masturbation, sir.
Yeah, before we go into the real findings, which comes later in the video. I don't even know if he ever finishes the video, but let's find out.
It is to understand that every academic biologist on Earth believes that PCR works well when it is applied correctly. When you try to design primers that are specific for your target, and you use other methodologies like dual sets of primers, nested primers, and sequential PCR reactions, you can increase the sensitivity and the accuracy of PCR many fold. If you also repeat things in triplicate or look for separate markers which correspond to the same signal that you want to find, then on the academic bench, the PCR as a measurement, even quantitative PCR, can be quite powerful. But it requires a rigorous application of controls and a rigorous application of repetition across animals. And now understand that in the context of academic biology, where all these biologists and all these medical schools and all these universities are working on all kinds of puzzles in biology, all kinds of subtle details in biology, and using PCR as an indicator of relative, mRNA transcript levels, and trying to see changes after learning or changes after pain or whatever it is.
Proteomics, he means.
Yeah, he actually said one true statement in there, which was, "I don't know." But yes, correct. Proteomics. That's it.
In a neurobiology setting, all of these people are using PCR in a very rigorous way and trying to prove themselves wrong to make sure that the positive or negative results that they get and quantify are reproducible. And so the vast majority, if not all, of the people using PCR in an academic setting are using it in an overly rigorous way, with the first and foremost intention of not making a professional error.
You can be overly rigorous. Rigor mortis, I suppose. It won't be long.
You don't want to publish data that's wrong. Nobody wants to do that. And so if you're going to publish something that's wrong, you better publish something that's wrong that can't be proven wrong, right? That only your experiments can do, and so that's the trick about fraudulent data that makes it very hard to say that all these academics have it wrong or are doing it wrong or science is broken, these big, bold statements. They're just it's not the way to express this idea, because the trap was set over the last 20 years where grant applications, grant rewards, publications, peer review all accepted the fact that quantitative PCR in the right setting with the right parameters and the right repetitive circumstances could be used as a quantitative measurement of the presence of certain transcripts, and those transcripts could be used as proxies for biological processes.
You mean reproducibility? Yeah.
At the same time, we've been using interfering RNA and small interfering RNA and other ways of messing with these things and seeing that read in PCR change. Now, what these people are describing is the use of a PCR in a one-shot application. And then they're trying to suggest to you that it's not the one-shot application that's the problem. It's not the single set of primers that's the problem. It's not the presence of an irreducibly complex genetic background, not composed of animal viruses, but composed of bacteriophages. That would be the compounding problem here. They're telling you that a one-shot PCR is okay, that a one-shot PCR is okay unless you overcycle it.
What a fucking idiot. So... I don't think he watched the 3-minute video before he started speaking about it.
Because I have no idea, sir.
Because he seems to know less about this than you do.
I hear lots of wampum kvetching, basically. So
Yeah, everything he's talking about is irrelevant. And if you just let the video play, it would answer his own question. But I digress. Let's go.
Right, he loves talking to himself. About himself.
That is more than simplifying a dumb answer. It's actually it's substituting a dumb answer that is actually incorrect. It has nothing to do with cycle count, because if your primers are good and if there is no background that overlaps with it, then overcycling won't work. It's not going to bring up something if you push it to 60. That's just stupid. And the worst part about that is that for the last 6 years, it's been very easy to debunk that, because all you need to do is sequence. You sequence the thing that you brought up. And of course, Kevin McKernan knows that. The second thing that they're not saying here, and they will not say, is that there were over 220 different EUA granted PCR and lateral flow tests.
But he just said they were all from China. I'm confused.
EUA sites are in Chingchong.
In the United States by the beginning of 2022. It wasn't just one PCR test with the same kind of parameters.
So it wasn't just
one
BGI.
PCR test with the same PCR primers, not the same amplicon. That's the target that they're amplifying.
Oh.
None of it was the same, and we lost all of that. It's all gone.
He sounds cold.
This hurts my brain. Anyway.
Some of those companies are vanished. Many or all of them have vanished. And the only ones left on the market are now PCR tests that do the same thing, but now for 18 different targets from 18 different animal viruses, all working under the same pretense that there's no background that's worth talking about, and that we have to trust this single set of primers to find a single transcript. And if it amplifies something, it must be that transcript.
We're talking about vaccines, not virus.
Fluorescence doesn't lie.
Fucking idiot. In fact, we're sequencing 5 different vials at one time. We're talking about the. We're not even talking about the virus right now. But
Amazing. But well, you're using PCR, so.
Oh yeah.
Stop lying!
This is remarkable, because this is the exact recapitulation of the narrative they tried to lay down in 2020, with zero progress in understanding how it could be that PCR could be a totally fraudulent diagnostic in a medical setting, but a pretty darn good biological tool in an academic setting.
Which is what we're doing.
And thereby making it seem like, from an academic perspective, that they would never use PCR in a way that would be less accurate than what I use it as. That would be crazy. But of course they did.
He wrote a paper about that.
And so again, I want you to
in
re-ask
2020
this question in your mind. Why in the hell does a guy who didn't even have to go to college, dropped out of college in order to be the research and development director of the Human Genome Project, and spun out many patents and companies as a result of that?
Yes, because he was so stupid. He was so stupid. He was so stupid that he left Emory or wherever it was. Yeah.
Emory.
To call him stupid is absolutely ridiculous. It was because he was smart enough that they wanted him. But so, unlike Couey, who every 4 years would have to switch institutions because he would wear out his welcome, including at the institution where they won the Nobel Prize. His bosses won the Nobel Prize. He got kicked out of every institution because he kept burning bridges. Color me surprised.
What a shocker.
Yeah.
Work as a young man, no longer has any connections of report that he could call and inform about this global catastrophe, because he says SV40, a very dangerous DNA sequence, was present in batches of an mRNA vaccine that would have otherwise been pretty good.
That's not what he says.
Yeah. Isn't it in all of them? And
Show me the video. Show me the video where Kevin McKernan is like, "Oh man, we need more mRNA vaccines."
yeah, right.
What a fucking stupid thing to say. But there's 371.
Or put them in live attenuated viral vaccines.
Once again, he's 10 seconds into the video.
He has no one to call. he had to go on my podcast
Yes. Because you're so important.
Oh, nigga, please.
Yeah, we're not making fun of you right now. We're trying to elevate you because your voice is so valuable.
I can't believe he just said that.
I mean, it's hard for me to get surprised anymore at what he says, but you know,
Nah.
but it's all about him. Like, look, the three of us practicing sequencing vials in Boston on Veterans Day is all about him.
Oh, it's all the Scooby Doo.
He's the hero.
And you just
I'm-
needed him.
On Veterans Day, I am the traitor. I'm so glad he's here to save us.
Yeah, I'm. It does get tiresome after a while, right? There's only so many shotgun memes you can make of something so stupid, and
Yeah, but at least every few months we have to
yeah,
We have to
okay.
throw another log on the fire. Why not?
Oh, I guess.
in December of 2021 because no one would listen to him.
Now, that is a virus on the outside of your skin and your nose, right? It's not an injectable. And if we go from 30 to 10, this scale here, every 10 CTs is 1,000-fold. So this here is a million-fold difference in concentration. The vaccines that
Now, I'm just going to say something here. I don't know if it's correct because I haven't done qPCR since my Ph.D. in 2002. See how long that shit's been around? So this is not new. And
Shut up,
these guys
dingbat.
could easily be bamboozling you right now. Now, what?
I could be wrong here in what I'm about to say. Yes, yes, you are. I could be wrong. You are wrong. It's true. All right. Thank you, Freddie. Before we start today, Freddie has kindly in the chat, in Rumble chat, he's posted the link to my tweet where I post the screenshots of him asking if I wanted to stay at his house and offering to have me stay in his basement. So thank you, Freddie, for pulling that up.
Freddie, sir, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
Hi.
Yeah, I've got sucked into the Curie spiral that I've been missing the chat off the screen. I apologize, folks.
Yeah.
We want that one. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, Centipede said, McKenna misses so much. I assume that's why they talk to him.
Yeah. Did they really not think that that he's relayed this information to no one?
Hang on. Kobe Lep says, what's he got in his chair? Chainmail? I don't know. Some LARPing fucking bollocks that I wouldn't waste my money on. My money goes on tools or vape.
Yeah.
There should be here is a linear portion that becomes exponential. And where the linear portion of the amplification of the PCR becomes exponential, assuming this is a log curve,
Just let the video play, bro. Come on, man.
All right.
Like, not you. I'm talking to him. Like, how can it's 3 minutes. Just it answers all of the statements that you're making if you just let it go.
or this is a log curve, or something. This doesn't look like a log curve. So I'm not really sure. There should be a linear portion, a linear.
I think
Actually,
like
it does.
if I can read it, it says,
Hmm.
and he's got it, and he's pointing at it on his screen. It says cycles on the X. The Y, I'm gonna say, is something fluorescent units, maybe
Yeah.
something like that.
Looks log to me.
Mm.
I don't know.
Quadratic expansion, sir.
Portion of the growth here, and it doesn't look like there's a linear portion. It looks like it just kind of pops off the bottom here. Now, on this machine and this software, it might not look like what I used to think it should look like and what I was trained it should look like. These don't look like what they're supposed to look like. to me.
Wait, McKernan knows more
Exponential
about
part should
sequencing than
be
you?
steeper. The
PCR?
plateau should be flatter. And so this right here, for example,
Shocking.
this part right here looks really bad. But again, I'm not an
It is
expert,
really
and I
bad.
could be
Yes. 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 You're right. It is really bad.
Mm,
You figured it out.
mm.
Anyway.
He finally Finally. No, he won't get it though.
He won't get it. Like
No.
he's not figuring it. He's not actually figuring it out. But yes.
Mm. Biorad. Fuck, they're expensive too, man. I looked at those.
Yeah.
Fucking- I was like, I'll make my own.
Wrong, and it would be very easy if they were allowed. It would be very easy for them to come and do a stream and say, "Oh no, Jonathan doesn't know what he's talking about. This is what it looks like."
I think you've amply demonstrated that one yourself, sir.
Sorry, we're too busy actually doing the work in the labs. Sorry that like right after I did this, they kept going to parse the data out and learn more about it, and I flew on a plane to Japan and immediately got here and started working on patient number 2 with experimental therapies to treat the bioweapon that everybody got injected / infected with. So I'm sorry that it
That's
took
just Scooby-Doo.
3 weeks. Yeah, it took 3 weeks because we had to take all that time to prepare for this stream, just so we could respond with a retort. Yes, that's what we were doing this whole time. Fucking retort.
Man, I've fucking tough 3 weeks as well, man.
Yeah, we've been busy.
Yeah.
So, sorry, bro,
Yeah.
that we didn't immediately respond to your, RFI.
We've got concrete to bust apart, dude.
We've got everything to do. I mean, it's just stunning to me. It's stunning. He doesn't have that confident look anymore. Yes, that's correct.
No, he's cold.
He's cold.
Hungry.
And you're stopped. You're stopped right. Like it's a great confused look on his face.
Mm.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm gonna screenshot that actually for later. That'll be useful. All right, I got it. We're good. Carry on.
Or 555 biorad, whatever. And so the way that the fluorescence comes up is a very different linear relationship, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
All I can tell you is that there's supposed to be a linear
Science.
part of the reaction, and then when the reaction becomes exponential is when you call it. You start to measure which cycle is the quantitative cycle where it became exponential. And so the lower the lower the count is at the beginning of the reaction, the longer it will take before the reaction goes exponential. And so unless you're doing something to sequence this, unless you have a transcript to show what it looks like when the primers do what they're supposed to do, then all you're seeing here is the buildup of fluorescence, and you have no idea whether the primers are sticking to something really well or not.
Yeah,
And
we're
in
just winging
fact,
it, bro.
The shape of the curve can indicate.
We just wasted the run.
Although, again,
Say fuck
trust
it.
me when I say that I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm only trying to suggest
Just
you
to
that they are
clarify,
going very simple
that is
and
from
short through the
multiple-
corner.
That is from multiple vials.
Shook him up.
Yeah, we just winged it. We just threw some shit. There's no actual vials in there. We're just making colors on a screen. Oh my god.
Yeah,
We go through and we discuss actually because we light it up because it shows you the wells in the well plate and he goes through in a secondary video what each well plate is showing, each lot and where it sits, and it's showing the spike versus everything else. I mean, I don't even know. I don't think he understands what PCR is. I mean, I honestly don't because.
Well, he has been out in the field for a long time. So
he's literally looking at the answer on the screen and he's not picking it up. So I don't know what else we can do.
By dragging their
Jeezies. He wears that so people feel sorry for him and send money. Well, the scarf. Yeah. Yep. And when you're a grass, you deserve to be cold, as far as I'm concerned.
mouse over these lines here on the 45th cycle and saying that that's what they did in COVID.
Yes.
And so how did there, if a signal shows up when you go out to 45, it doesn't mean that there was a little tiny amount. It's much more likely, especially if the curve shape isn't clean, it's much more likely that you're amplifying something else, that your primers are amplifying a non-specific background and the fluorescence is noise.
That's what that
So
means.
they're
That
not
45
explaining to you
counts.
that.
Yes.
They're not explaining to you that if the N protein, for example, or a related sequence to the spike protein is present all the time.
He's got zero idea that you're looking at vaccine vials.
Yeah. That's what I keep trying to get people to understand is like he's not picking up that this has nothing to do with the virus. Nothing. In the tweet, in everything, has nothing to do with the virus.
Wow.
We're sequencing vaccine vials, and we're looking at why such high SV40 counts
Plasmid.
in plasmids. Yes. Oh my god.
Wow. What was the stick not so long ago? Intramuscular injection of any. How did it go?
Intramuscular injection of
Any substance to confer immunity, something like
Yeah.
that, right? Is dumb.
yeah. I mean, I can agree with that, but that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the virus.
He needs a dumb bullet.
In the background is a bacteriophage, and then primers that are aimed at a sequence that Sheng-Chi Li claims to have found would also find background signals. And
It's
if that
aimed at the
background
Pfizer sequence, dumbass, and the Moderna sequence, the original and bivalent, not the Wuhan strain.
Wow.
You couldn't watch a 3-minute video and figure out what we were saying.
Yeah, that's delusions of grandeur, and it's why we develop second and third generation antipsychotics. A rib result for Couey, please. Double the dose.
for example, had been before the pandemic carefully characterized in thousands and thousands of pneumonia patients. Because pneumonia is bacterial, there might be a bacteriophage signal which could be detected during pneumonia. And using PCR, you could misconstrue that as a signal that's actually derived from an animal virus, and then show us a little cartoon and circle a little thing on it and say, this is a spike protein, and we found that in you. And in reality, that could be a bacteriophage signal that everybody like Max Delbruck and Joshua Lederberg would laugh if you said that that was an animal virus signal. But they're all gone now. And so there's nobody here to tell you that we're not making any effort to differentiate from the irreducibly complex background of genetic signals.
You're not making any effort. That's true.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like that phrasing, irreducibly complex. I think anything, once framed, you're capable of. You're capable of, 1, generating hypotheses, 2, rejecting or confirming null and positive hypotheses, and 3, you're quite capable, should you have the skill set, to be able to move the frame so you get a orthogonal view, I don't know, separate view. Irreducibly complex just doesn't wash in this day and age. It may have done in the fucking 90s when I forgot the name of the book, but there was just young Earth creationist versus Darwinism arguments, and yeah, I want to say the book was called Irreducibly Complex. Let me see if I can find that. I'll let him.
Signals produced by our own microbiome. So how in the world could we possibly make a statement that there is a PCR signal that matters if we only use a set of primers and then this curve?
Because it's a vaccine, not a virus.
And so it is
Irreducible
not
complexity. That was the name of the
unremarkable.
book.
It is rather incriminating that Charles Rixey,
Behe. That's it. Darwin's black box. The biochemical challenge to evolution. You see, I don't think it's a challenge to evolution. See, it's niche construction within complex systems, and it's whether you can frame the niche such that you can begin analytics on it. And yet he's falling for the cop-out, irreducibly complex. Sorry, sir. That's a fail.
Rose, and the former research and development director of the Human Genome Project, Kevin McKernan, are not climbing the ladder of the national security state, whistleblowing on this problem after 6 years. No,
That's actually
they're
what
still
we've been
doing nonsense podcasts with one another. not using the Rolodex of a guy who's been involved with the Department of Energy and DITRA.
Beanlaw says, isn't he supposed to be working at a gas station by now? What, him do manual fucking labour? He'd fucking snap in half.
Yeah. I've got a great job for you.
Me?
No, for him.
Oh.
He should be a shoe salesman.
All right.
They're hiring right now.
Uh-huh.
So let's see. Who have I been interacting with in the last year? OD&I briefed them in person, their COVID Origin Task Force. The Senate GSAC committee. Literally on December 1st, a signed letter from myself and the guy I was working for in my contract went to the FDA, went to
CDC?
the CDC, RFK Jr., Vinay Prasad, Marty Macri, each received a copy of this letter asking for investigations. And I'll talk more about that once it becomes public. But that happened at the behest and at the request of Mary.
But the kicker is,
the
Charles.
CEO of
did you
Children's Health
speak to
Defense.
the War Department?
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know who else I have to talk to, but we are whistleblowing. I mean, I literally became even more famous than for Drastic because I helped a whistleblower leak a document. So I don't know, and I'm still doing that 6 years later. So I'm not sure what else I have to do at this point. But anyway, so he has no clue. He has no conception of what we've been working on. And yes, these results have already been given to all of those same people. Well, except OD&I. I don't think they care about this, but
What is OD&I?
the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, that's Tulsi. I'd give Tulsi one. Fucking, she's hot, bro.
She's not bad. She's not bad. No.
MILF.
Yeah, I will.
Please relay if you get to see her again.
Well, I didn't see her. I saw her COVID Origin Task Force back before it was public. But
What's she remind me of? Not, is that Adam's Family?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I can see that.
Yeah.
No, so and
I
if-
used to think about her as much as I did Scorny Wiener's fanny bulge in Alien.
so just anyway, so if before the conspiracy theorists start spinning up, okay, well, why would Charles be talking to OD&I? Well, it just so happens that the people in charge of the OD&I task force and the COVID origins are the same people who led the lawsuit to end the federal civilian mandate for the vaccines. That's how I got to know them. And it just so happened to be that they are connected individuals. So that's how I got to brief them.
What, in the mafia connected sense?
No, in the intelligence connected sense.
Okay.
So they spoke out as intelligence personnel
I had scenes of good
against the vaccines. Yeah, against the vaccines because they saw the intelligence behind the origin of the virus and they knew that it wasn't natural. And so after connecting with him and after connecting with them, they later on asked me to come brief them on the more intricacies of things that they did not understand that I had information about. And we covered a lot of ground in that nice long meeting. So suffice it to say, that's only one of the meetings that I've had. And I've been doing all that for free.
Mm.
So
Traitor.
I'm a traitor. On Veterans Day, looking at vaccine vials, not the virus.
Mm.
I'm a traitor. Carry on.
And the Human
Fire
Genome
down,
Project
Angela.
for 2 decades, not using the Rolodex of a guy whose brothers run cancer curing companies, not a guy
Yeah, we do.
using a Rolodex of who has a dad that was into microarrays back in the 80s. This is a guy who pretends that the only thing he can do is go on a podcast like mine in 2021. He can only go on a podcast like Vance Crow's in 2020.
Because he was censored? Yes.
And now
Yeah,
he's pretending
imagine
that
that.
he can only go on Steve Kirsch's podcast.
Imagine that.
Imagine being censored.
Yeah. Who could imagine such a thing in this day and age? What with all the internet and everything. And the printing press.
Yeah.
Printing press.
I don't think he's heard about the printing press yet. They didn't learn
Guys,
that in
with-
Patch Clam school. Carry on. Sorry.
Kevin McCairn to try to get the word out
Oh,
because he has no other connections. Like Robert Malone has no more connections. You know, like Stephen Hatfield has no more connections after all those years working at U.S. AMRID and for the National Security State from Rhodesia to 9/11. He has nobody he can call, and he got laid off from Maha because Suzanne Wiley works for the pharmaceutical companies, and she's a very bad lady.
she is.
I don't know any of this. What's this?
Susie Wiles just keeps pushing out people that are Maha adjacent.
And I say, make Rhodesia white again.
So I'm glad we have the British perspective here. So Susie Wiles is the White House Chief of Staff, and yes, that exactly what you are describing there, JC, is exactly what's happening. Is she's blocking people who are trying to stop the vaccine from doing so. So yes, that is in fact what's happening.
He has no one else he can call. Shoot, retired General Michael Flynn has nobody he can call because despite being a super patriot with a whole career in the military, nobody will listen to him anymore, so he has to become a podcast actor and try to get the word out on the internet.
Stop lying!
You're injecting with LNPs are coming in a million times hotter than where they might call you as the virus. Now, one thing they weren't doing very well with COVID is checking how the negative controls are behaving. You see, our negative controls, when we're...
There were no negative controls in COVID, dipshit. And in fact, the one person who could tell you that there are no negative controls in the COVID in Canada is a stuttering guy who was just on Redacted.
Yeah, David Speaker.
And what was the stuttering guy telling you? Well, the stuttering guy was telling you that Jessica Rose and Kevin McKernan are heroes. And they're heroes because they found SV40 with me. I know that he's an unwitting participant. I know that he is not sophisticated enough to see that he's not part of a whistleblowing hero crew in Canada, even though that's what Kevin McKernan and Jessica 5 Degrees Rose have told him.
You're not sophisticated enough to see
He's
it.
just an innocent victim of
That's
an
the
elaborate national security theater that spans nations.
Spans nations.
Well, I mean, obviously Japan and the U.S. and Israel and
Hokuto Nation that he's from.
Because it is being coordinated through the Commonwealth of Nations. And these people, these Americans like Kevin McKernan, are just traitors. Helping the rest of the...
Sorry, sir.
I love being a traitor.
Yes, we are.
On Veterans Day.
I can't hear you. Hang on a minute. Do you want me to just play the video, dude? Or...
Yeah, just keep playing it.
The world, I guess, participate in the piecemeal dissembly of the American economy, culture, way of life. I think Kevin McKernan is one of the worst Americans alive. And I think that a lot of his family wealth should actually belong to my family because of what he has done over the last 6 years. He is terrible.
One of the worst humans
Jessica
alive.
Rose, too. Charles Rixey as well. All these people belong in jail, and they should be financially penalized for the deaths, for the injuries, and for the undue stress that they have caused hundreds of thousands of Americans by their elaborate behavior acting on social media for the last 6 years, because they are definitely liars. And all you would need to do is just take all of the transcripts of all of their performances, feed them into a chatbot, and then ask the chatbot to summarize what Jessica Rose has learned over the last 6 years and when precisely she learned each main idea. Same with Kevin McKernan. Just take his podcast, put him into a chatbot, have the chatbot summarize what he's learned, and you'll be very surprised how little progress he's made. But what would really shock you is if you did that for one of these anti-vax people like Brian Hooker. Because the chatbot would tell you that in 2013, Brian Hooker didn't even like the word autism. And then in 2015, he started using it all the time. And then in 2020, after his
Because
friend
he had
Brandy
a
Vaughn
child?
died, he forgot her name. And so did Tina Marie. Tina Marie also kind of forgot Brandy's name until last year when we contacted her. This is going to collapse, ladies and gentlemen. These frauds are going to be exposed, and our children are going to learn the truth. The question is only whether you're going to be a part of it.
Running water, there's no signal in them out to 35. There probably won't be any signal until we're out to maybe 38. If the water is giving you a signal, that's the point at which you can no longer trust your assay. The NTCs, if the NTCs are positive, once you see these things light up, you call it quits.
So do you guys understand what that means?
But this is the range where they were testing.
Yeah, they're calling.
So this is the range that they were testing, and so if they were testing out here and they got a signal, then that means they were lying. And that's just the dumb script that Kevin McKernan has been in charge of establishing, maintaining, and that's why he went on my podcast instead of calling Francis Collins and stopping this immediately. That's why all of these people have gone on my podcast instead of calling their industry insider friends and telling them to pull the plug. Kevin McKernan has no one to call because he's on script and doing exactly what the people we think he should call want him to do. The people that he would logically call and blow the whistle on this catastrophe are actually the people he's still working with, just like Tulsi Gabbard, rather than, I guess, telling us the truth that Donald Trump is as big a puppet as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. She tells us that they're the puppets, but me and Donald Trump aren't puppets. Just like Robert Malone tells you that Tony Fauci is a puppet, but I'm not a puppet. And once
You've missed quite a lot. Oh, you're still on the phone. All right. Well, folks, just to go back a minute. So he says that we should all go to jail and be financially penalized for this, which is ironic because, of course, as most of you will remember, he made sure that that my contract wasn't renewed by Ph.D. while his kept on going for another 8 or 15 months. And during that 15 months, he made more than $100,000. So I was financially penalized, and it was him that did it. So it's a little bit rich for him to come out and say that now. Let's see here. Sorry, Kevin had to go, so I had to take over completely. There's so much there that I wish Kevin could respond to, but yes, exactly. He's projecting. Everything that he says is projection for guilt. Well, I don't know if he feels guilt for what he did, but he should. And maybe there is a small part of him somewhere. Maybe that's one of the voices in his head that's telling him, you know what? Maybe I did this wrong. He did choose the wrong path. Isn't he supposed to be working at a gas station now? Well, he may be working at a gas station right now. We don't actually know that. Gassam Rixey taking that glowy money to Japan. Yes. All that money that I brought with me here after I ended my job. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. All right. We'll just restart it.
you see that they are all part of the same theater, then everything, instead of being one giant contradictory mess, becomes one interrelated, perfectly orchestrated theater of malevolence. And that's why these three absolute scumbags that I have had on the top of my shit list for the last 4 years are now doing a video together, and the progress they made about understanding how PCR was a fraud in 2020 has not progressed at all.
Actually, it has progressed. In fact, it was in, I think, November of 2020 when Kevin McKernan wrote a paper with a bunch of others, I believe, including Peter McCullough, etc., where they called out the use of the PCR tests and the primers, specific primers that were used. And that was in 2020. So I'm not sure how he missed that. But once again, not surprised that he missed it.
And this is unequivocal evidence that the PCR was part of an elaborate hoax, an elaborate script that was orchestrated through NATO or through the Commonwealth of Nations in order to be part of a controlled demolition of America, where China and India would be taking part in the recolonizing of and the repatriating of, or whatever, of America.
Wow. Well, I mean, I think we all agree that PCR was manipulated and used during the pandemic to manipulate. In fact, having sat with Jessica and Kevin, I know they agree with that. So, not sure where he's pulling that out of his ass from.
And the chemical warfare that's happening right now in America is not China, and it's not South America, it's frickin' India.
What?
India is responsible for the opioid epidemic in America, and that's why we blame it on China. And that's why we're blowing up boats with cocaine on it. Because Trump is an actor. He does what he's told. And this is a theater that's supposed to control, demolish America, also in the eyes of the rest of the first world. All of social media all around the world is being used to present this theater of the collapse of America to the rest of the world. And it's because the Jews control some people at Congress and stuff. And then there was this guy Epstein, and he had an island, and there were chicks and stuff.
That's
it's
all
the dumbest
mixed.
story ever told. And these people are part of the dumbest story that's ever been told. It's all one dumb story from...
You're welcome, folks, for the dumb story. And just in case you don't know, not only is this a dumb story, the findings that we found here that showed that that there was 100 to 1,000 times more contamination than even previously discovered, and that we also figured out how the regulators were getting by pretending that they didn't know this, and that had to do with their use of, or their lack of use of certain reagents and manipulating that. And as it turns out, so the work that we did that week, that Jessica, myself, Kevin McKernan did, is being turned into a paper that has already been accepted for, it's already passed peer review and will be published soon. And that paper discusses the results of the findings of these hot lots that we found. And that paper is going to be pretty freaking important. It's already on Zenodo. I will paste the link in the chat here in a bit. But believe it or not only do we do science, we actually are taking the fight back where it belongs. Now, I know that our Kevin has long since given up on the publications process, but nonetheless, we need to fill the literature with truth to offset all the BS that's being put out there. There has to be truth somewhere, and that's why we're doing that. But once again, that's not the only thing we're doing. We are fighting to get the FDA to do things. We are fighting to get HNHS to do things. We're fighting for things in the real world. While he sits there and he complains and he misunderstands. This is exactly the same thing that happened when he talked about the quasi-species. He didn't read a paper on the quasi-species. He read Dan Sorotkin's article, which was pretty good. But that quasi-species dynamics that he misunderstood was about dengue fever, not about coronavirus quasi-species. And if you go back and look at the literature, the reason why he eventually stabbed me in the back is because he couldn't handle that truth. So just keep in mind that this entire time that we've been doing real science, working in the lab, trying to develop, not just solve the problem of what actually happened, but create solutions to treat the people who were damaged by it. That is what we're working on while he does this.
Pizzagate to COVID to SV40 to Charlie Kirk. The only question is who's going to be Kirked next?
People all the way out here, and sometimes some of our assays here are, they have some late signals that don't have any SV40. That's just background. That's probably coming up. But what it's important to see is every single one of the vials we did, the 9 vials we did, all of them are coming before 25. So we really don't need any of the signal. But what I think people need to recognize is that they are calling people positive for the virus way out here at 35, and the injections they're giving people.
So the virus.
Yes. So he's about to once again talk about the virus, when the whole point of what Kevin says there is, it's not the virus. We're talking about we're saying that they have this ridiculously low threshold for the virus, but the plasmid spike that we're finding is 1,000-fold to 1,000,000-fold, depending on where you are on there. It depends on whether you're looking at spike or whether you're looking at the SV40 region, the different promoters, all the different things that were tagged. The bottom line is that there is a lot more of what shouldn't be in those vials than in a low-grade, what they called a low-grade infection back in what was a positive PCR test. We're talking several orders of magnitude greater actual damaging spike wrapped in a plasmid with SV40 and other nasty shit. And I'm not sure how he is missing the significance of this.
This is real. It's just that they were lying about how they detected, and sometimes people didn't have as much as they said they had, and they certainly weren't contagious at this level.
Stop lying!
Gosh, it's real scum. It's real scum of the earth people here.
Yep.
Contaminant in the
I love being a scum of the earth. I love it. I love it when he calls me out for being scum, for being unpatriotic, for being a traitor. When he doesn't know, he didn't even know what these words mean. And it's kind of depressing. Thank you, Freddie, on Rumble. He posted a link to the paper. Thank you very much. That is exactly the paper. And once again, it's past peer review.
injection that's not supposed to be there is like 1,000 to 1,000,000 times more concentrated than what you may.
And so he thinks that there is a cancer-causing DNA plasmid in the mRNA vaccine, and he has no one to call.
He not only has he called, he's published papers, multiple papers. This literally was a topic of discussion at the ACIP, at several ACIP meetings, including it was presented on for about 30 minutes at the previous ones. Not this one, but I think the last one. There may have been another one in between. But the bottom line is this is getting talked about by the regulators, and they're referring to Speaker's work, to McKernan's work, at the ACIP meetings when they're discussing the DNA contamination. So I don't know what else you can ask for when the ACIP meeting members are literally discussing this. I don't know what else he could want beside them to be talking about all the nasty shit that's in this vaccine. But apparently that's not good enough. Apparently we're just we're pissing in the wind here. Are you ready to go sit back down here?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I will let
He
this
can't
play.
call any of his
Or
colleagues.
actually, I'll pause. Let Kevin take over. I'll go back and sit down. And we can finish it up.
Right. I presume I missed some real gems.
Yeah, you did. I don't know if you want to just play it for. It's almost done.
Yeah.
At least this part.
We have to wrap up.
We have to wrap up. All right.
All right. In the show commence. What could you summarize it? Apart from you having to go to jail.
Yeah, but basically, we were traitors. We need to be financially punished, which is ironic coming from him after what he did to me. He continuously misunderstood. He keeps saying that that we're taking this data and we're writing Substacks and we're posting it on Twitter instead of taking it to the authorities, when that's exactly what we've done. At the last ACIP meeting, which he apparently wasn't watching, but I did, and there was a 30-minute segment just on the DNA contamination issue. So he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Is there a case to sue this Ph.D. for slander? Well, guess what? Kevin McKernan just addressed that with the local police there because of, well, we don't have time to show the video, I think. We'll show it next time, where he threatens him with violence. But I don't want anything from this person. I don't want his money. I don't want his family to be punished for his fucking insanity. My family was already punished for it. I don't want his family to be punished for it too. So, somebody has to be the bigger person here. The bigger shoe salesman. Since that's all I am. He loves saying that, even though he forgets to mention that not while I was working more than 50 hours. Actually, I averaged 52 hours, if we want to be honest. While I was going to school full-time in my MBA program, I was working 52 hours a week for a year on the side. So, but you're right. You're right. I'm just a shoe salesman. That shoe salesman now knows how to sequence files. And you know how to take a gumball out of a machine. So,
Or a dum-dum.
Colleagues from back when he was the research and development director of the Human Genome Project. He can't call Eric Lander. He can't call anyone at the Broad Institute. He can't call anyone at NIH or at any of these companies that spun off.
You mean all those institutions that are dependent upon NIH funding?
yeah, all the criminals who destroyed informed consent and allowed a bioweapon that they created to be unleashed upon us. Yes. Yeah, we don't want to go to them. That's weird.
Yeah, imagine my shock.
Yeah. I don't want to go to Francis Collins to solve this problem that he created.
off from the Human Genome Project because all of these people are apparently bad, and so he's got to stream with Jessica Rose and Charles Rixey because their audiences are only hope.
Stop lying! Stop lying!
Where
might
would
call
it
you
be?
positive on the outside of your nose.
And just so people remember, those DARPA swabs that weren't anything like a swab, they were
The DARPA swabs. Well, what would they have DARPA swabs for, Jessica Rose, other than for the sequencing of the entire genome of the person they were swabbing? Why would DARPA or
Thank you, Leper.
DITRA be in charge of sequencing?
I don't know, man. When I was at school, you could just do it with a cotton swab, but
Thank you, Leper. Leper says, I am a gentleman and a shoe salesman. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that.
we salute that man.
Hey.
Seeing all of the samples for the first year or two of the pandemic. Why would she say DARPA when it was DITRA? DITRA was doing the sequencing, not DARPA.
Oh, it's
DARPA was too.
but she's not American, right?
Who? Jessica? She's Canadian.
Canadian, right? So imagine her getting her acronyms mixed up. From shocking.
So
Yeah.
why is she calling them DARPA swabs? Maybe it's because they're on a script. Maybe because she's in the room with the guy who helps write the script with Robert Malone.
like weird plastic invasive devices that they shoved up your nose every day. Those things were supposed to be collecting DNA, which was supposed to capture that so-called SARS virus. So that's what we're talking about.
No, because the SARS virus transmits via RNA. There's no DNA in the SARS virus cycle.
Oh my fucking
What
lord, you
is
retard.
Jessica Rose?
Did he really just say that?
Oh my god. I can't believe he just that's just wow. He's so stupid.
Yeah, all those viral peptides and shit.
His brain is gone. We're literally talking about DNA contamination in the vials, not the RNA virus. Anyway,
5 Degrees liar talking about. The only DNA that would be present there in your nose would be your DNA. At least that would be by far the most abundant. This is a magnificent scripted trader who's not even sophisticated enough to get the biology terms right as she improvises on the script in front of the person that trained her for 5 years. The other person who trained her is probably this co-author of Robert Malone. What's his name again, Mark? She wrote a paper with him. Mark, put it in the chat, would you? I mean, this is just...
Mark, feed me the script, Mark. I can't remember it, so just put it out there for me. I can't.
Touche, bro. Touche. Yeah,
It's really a joke to me.
fucking Jap
Now,
cable.
so this very large offset we were discussing earlier, this is the spike region of DNA. Moderna has the spike component. We're looking at a Moderna vaccine, and the part of the plasmid that doesn't have spike RNA interfering with it is way back here. I mean, what is that? 24 maybe up to 14. So this is about a tenfold.
Yeah, Daryl Rickey is the guy that Jessica Rose wrote a paper with recently. But Daryl Rickey is the guy who published stuff with Robert Malone at the beginning of the pandemic. So it's weird, and the only explanation is that they figured it was okay to do it now.
CT difference. There's 1,000-fold more DNA under spike than there is under the CAN gene. Okay, the CAN gene is where the EMA is telling them
That's
to look.
kanamycin for the people in the audience.
And they're explicitly having them not look over here. This is why there's a 1,000-fold difference
Yep,
between
'cause
what
they
the
look for
regulators
CAN,
see
right?
and what people who look in multiple places see.
Yep.
Yeah.
These are the facts.
And that's consistent across many of these things here.
And by
Now,
the
the
way,
Pfizer ones don't have as much of an offset, but the Moderna ones, look at that. Moderna ones have a huge
Crazy.
offset. Look at that offset. That's 25 to like 14. That's more than a 1,000-fold difference. This is why the regulators are incompetent.
Yep.
You need to run multiple assays on the plasmid to know how much is there.
So now the regulators blew it. Who would the regulators be? Would that be the FDA that these guys all are scripted to get rid of? The FDA that Estes Kefauver was killed trying to modernize with RFK Jr.'s dad and with Brett Weinstein's dad?
I don't know the reference there, but
I do. He's just making shit up. Don't worry about it.
no.
There's a reason why nobody talks about the people that we talk about. There's a reason why nobody talks about the people that we talk about. RFK's dad, Brett Weinstein's dad, Eric Weinstein's dad. That's the same guy, Les Weinstein, the guy who helped modernize the FDA, who was involved in the thalidomide scandal during that time, that was around when Estes Kefauver was killed on the floor of the Senate a few weeks before JFK was shot. but we're supposed to, the conspiracy of JFK is an isolated incident in human history that has
Wait, Jay's getting jailbreak? Interesting.
nothing to do with COVID, has nothing to do with polio vaccine, has nothing to do with the Human Genome Project, has nothing to do with the Manhattan Project, has nothing to do with the failure of physicists that were in the Manhattan Project to accomplish anything in biology when they turned to it. No. It's just pandemics and stuff and the diffused proposal, right? The diffused proposal. That's also something that Kevin McKernan pushed for a year ago already on a huge podcast right before the election, lied about it, the book of the Health and Human Services Secretary, and specifically lied about that guy, Charles Rixey, in this video, and Charles Rixey was fired.
Because of you. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, the cope.
Yeah. Shotgun cope is coming, sir.
During the beginning stages of writing that book. Now, what's very scary is that despite the research and development director of the Human Genome Project, Kevin McKernan, insisting that Charles Rixey helped with the writing of this book,
which I did,
he was actually fired during the writing of this book because
of you.
He was in a meeting about writing the book with Kevin McCairn, who I at the time considered to be a fraud. And so I insisted.
Not at the time you considered to be a friend. Then, yeah.
A fraud of what?
I don't know.
Yeah. All those manuscripts with my name on it. All those monkeys with my electrodes in them. Yeah. Fraud.
Or at least that they do something about it. And so we ended the meeting. We tried to talk to Charles Rixey, and for 2 days he ignored all of our emails. Instead, he
Which isn't true. I have the emails, so I could show them at any time where I was explaining. I was literally stating, I have no idea why JC is going off the rails like this. But he's attacking me out of the blue. I don't understand it. And I have the emails directly to the exact people that you're referring to.
Who you're still in communication with.
Yeah, it's funny because...
imagine that.
Yeah, because Mary Holland has a letter that I wrote that she just sent to a whole bunch of people. So, I don't know. I guess I won in the end.
Yeah.
Keep your 100,000 extra that you made and destroyed my financial life because in the end, the truth wins out.
With Kevin McCairn. So a woman by the name of Jackie Hines.
Yep. I have the emails to her.
This book,
text messages
in the acknowledgments page, told me that she called Robert F. Kennedy, and Robert F. Kennedy said we should fire him, and so they fired him. And that's
really, that's interesting because I've talked to him more recently than you have. And you know what? He disagrees with your side of the story.
Yeah.
And he recognizes that that was a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
I don't know. Maybe I hallucinated that Zoom call with Mary a couple weeks ago. Must have just been something else.
I don't know, dude.
Anyway.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, he's been fucked from day one.
Yeah, the truth is that everybody now knows that you butt fucked everyone, and that my one mistake that I regret is bringing you on board. Because you're a fucking worthless piece of shit. Yeah. I've never seen somebody stab anybody in the back like that. And you didn't just end with me. You then went after everybody else in that video and a whole bunch of other people besides. And now they all know it. They all know that you were a traitor. They all know that you cared more about yourself than the fight that we're in.
Yep.
That's what they know.
Yep.
So you know what? Enjoy your gumball machines. I do wish that someday you would apologize to my wife for the financial devastation that you caused. But you know.
That would require a spine, sir.
Yeah, he doesn't have one. Instead, he's threatened McKernan with violence. So we can reasonably assume that he's not learned his lesson, and he's not going to. But I just want him to understand that from the bottom of my heart, you are the one person who I truly think is a piece of shit.
Out of all the people you've met as well.
Out of all the people that I met. Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, that
Across COVID.
I'm not talking about the evil people. I'm talking about the people on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were the one that's unequivocally a piece of shit.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm just really sad, bro, that your audience has dwindled and everybody knows that you're a fraud
And that
and a
100K
backstabber.
didn't last very long.
Nope, it didn't. And I feel bad for your family. I really do, because your wife is nice.
Happened. Now it's interesting because there's a whole list of people in this book, in the acknowledgments page, that know exactly that that's what happened. That Charles Rixey and myself were hired, and within 3 weeks, that guy stepped on his own genitals by live streaming from a hotel room with Kevin McCairn in the same hotel room.
That was
And when I
6
told
months
them
in.
to look up who Kevin McCairn is and find out whether you want Kevin McCairn in a room where we're writing this book, and whether that means that Charles Rixey's trustworthy or not, they fired him. Now, why is this significant? Because
Why is that significant? Because one, we weren't live streaming from the room, and two, the only reason you came back to the room is, funnily enough, it rains in Texas. I didn't even have any idea it did that, dude.
Yeah, and he claimed that I violated NDA because I walked back in. I was sitting by the pool, and ironically, this is why it's so great, because it really has come full circle. Because exactly 3 years to the days of this stuff happening, when we were at that hotel, it was the first week of November in 2022. And guess where the CHD conference was this November?
Oh, the same hotel.
The first week of November, it was in that exact same hotel. So Mary Holland was sitting at that exact poolside during that week, 3 years later, knowing that you're a liar and a fraud. I'm not going to lie. It feels pretty good.
Yeah, they should run a preprint of that book, and
Yeah.
that would be the
The honorable thing to do would be for me to be in the acknowledgments, at least, yes.
Mm.
The better thing for me to do would be for me to write the diffuse chapter like I was supposed to originally instead of you, Giga-Couey. But understand that CHD has corrected their mistake, and that they understand what actually happened that day.
Yeah.
They do. Sorry, bro. But I'll say hi to Mary for you. I'll tell her that you're still exactly where you were 3 years ago.
Yep.
You're welcome.
because Kevin McKernan and Jessica Rose are still working with CHD, Children's Health Defense, the fake health freedom movement, still pushing this SV40 contamination that I already told everybody was fraudulent during the writing of this book. And the people that know that this is the truth.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not. We got to wrap up, dude.
Yeah,
got
we do.
things to do.
We do.
Folks,
Just know that this continues. And then he goes on, and then he talks about Stephen Hatfield for a minute. Maybe we can finish this another time, but you get the gist. I think you're picking up what we're putting down here, which is that that the Lord works in mysterious ways, and the truth eventually does come out. And part of that truth was exposed in this video behind him that he's trying to debunk somehow. And thankfully, as many bridges as he burned, he didn't burn them all, and now those have been rebuilt. And I'm grateful to have known good people who, I'm just grateful to know good people, since you're not one of them.
And yeah, where's his fucking lab?
Yeah, where's his lab? Where's his vials? Where's his cameras? Well, okay, he does have a camera. Where's his papers? Where's his ideas for treatments for this bioweapon? Where's any of that?
Same place I just had to wipe on the dog.
That's right. You're right, good doggy. I'm trying to bring some hopium. I'm not going to quit. If I had quit at any point, then he would have won. But he didn't win. And thankfully, because just this week, Hep B is only the start, my friend. And guess what? You're not part of that. You're not part of any of these solutions. You're part of the problem.
And
but I am. I'm part of the solution.
Solutions.
And I'm proud.
which is what we're going to be dealing with next.
That's
We
right.
have stuff to organise, and basically we're running as a charity in this instance. So if you can support the stream, please go to mccaindojo.com.
Truth are the following.
Sorry, you. Yeah, mccaindojo.com. Please go there. You can donate to the cause whilst we do actual medical research and help others. Because in this instance, these are children coming up. All right, niggas, we're out of here. Oh wait, I need that new outro from Radz. Where is that?
I haven't seen it yet.
Good doggy. Hang on, I'm careful about doxing shit lately. I need to just fucking rip it and what is it?
Where's his fluorescence microscope? It's made out of Legos. I forgot. That's right. That's right. It's made out of Legos. Where's my script, Mark? Where is it? I need it.
I fucking rue the day I fucking introduced.
Read me the answers.
I really do, because I liked Mark.
Yeah.
Wackham Tanker there, not so much. Let's see. I want.
I can't believe it's been 3 years since that favorite.
That it's fucking flown by, dude.
Yeah, man. Probably because we've been in the lab,
Yeah,
literally building a lab from scratch.
yeah. Imagine that.
We didn't build a lab in the oven, but we had to move an oven to build the lab. All right, I think that's good.
All right, enough J Banger jokes. All right, we're out of here.
The virus escaped. The virus escaped. The virus escaped. Thank you.